Whoa. Wait. Hold on here. Let me, hello. Okay, perfect. Nice. We're live on YouTube. That's exciting. Let me, view channel. Live. Wait, what? We are live on YouTube right now, right? So if I go to there's like dashboard or something, right? I've never streamed on YouTube Studio. I've never streamed on YouTube, so just making sure that we're good. There we are. Start back. Can you go away? Go. Stop. How do I, okay. Hey, yeah, there we are. Got it. So if I wanted to go, copy video URL, and then there I am. And I can, yeah. If I go here and go live, I'm not under live though, which is strange. Is it private? Is it a private? Should be public. So if I search for coding a game in Python, and then I go live, hey, there I am. Sweet. Okay, we're good. One moment, I'm gonna put on a hoodie here because I'm wearing super ratty shirt. Okay, sweet. Let me, okay, we're good. Let me bring every chat back up. Where the, I don't want that, I want that. Okay, there we go. Where did chat go? What's weird? Okay, that's fine. As long as I can see chat. We don't get any emoticons, but I cannot do this stream on Twitch without getting banned, so let's not. So I had two options here for the hotkeys, and unfortunately the cooler option, which is using the keyboard module, is not going to work because things like the pause key are going to be very sad. Install. So let's drop the keyboard module. There we go. Instead, we're going to do it this way. So we're just going to have a register hotkey in here, with a callback, and we'll just iterate over the callbacks. Easy clap. Except it should be multiple hotkeys, right? Right. So there are a couple of ways to do this. How I was thinking of doing it is I was going to just look up the lambda with the key. VK. Oh, there's another clever way to do this. There's actually a very clever way to do this. I can use a tuple as an identity. So I can get all the scan. So I have a list of VK keys, right? So we're going to have a callback. And then we're going to have keys. What was it? Star. So this is a variadic arguments. And so now we're going to have this. And the cool thing, what I'm going to do, these are numbers. If I want to convert this to an identity, if I just make an arbitrary tuple, that'll have a different reference to it. So I'd want to look up the tuple in an array. How would I look it up properly? I could use like a B tree or something to find it. I could, you know what, I could do a graph. I'm thinking a graph is pretty good. So this will just be a multi-dimensional dictionary that'll act as a graph. And we're going to map out the nodes as the keys. And every element on the graph will point to an array of keys. And then we can traverse our graph to find our identity. And that identity will be the tuple. And we'll use that tuple as the key. So first, we're going to have a graph. I am complicating the fuck out of this, but that's fine because we like complicating stuff here. The cool thing about this is that we can grab all of our key presses. That's not going to work though, is it? So if we have 3 keys pressed, we can't, so the idea of the graph, we're going to sort our keys from smallest to largest number. That way we have a standardized way to search through the graph. When we have key presses, the problem is we could have any combination within the graph. So we could go first key, third. If we have 5 keys pressed, it could be first key, third key within the graph as a path, third key, fourth key, whatever. You could add 3 different keys. So that's annoying. I don't want to brute force this with a loop and checking conditions on every element. That'd kind of suck. I could. I don't really want to, but I could. That'd be the easy way to do it if I don't want to be super clever. Let's figure out a clever way. A clever, like, O1 way to do it, because O1 is cool. If this is going to be a bot, I don't want it to do a lot of garbage. This will be on its own thread, so I guess it doesn't really matter, but still, I'd rather keep this thread light. If I want to keep it light, I don't want to do search through all hotkeys. That doesn't even scale very well, right? If you have a bunch of hotkeys. We could be a bit more clever. We could... The problem is if the moment we're a bit more clever, we don't know what to search for. So like if we partition the hotkeys like with the graph idea, then any combo, we have 5 keys pressed, what do we search for? We don't know. Which is a problem. We don't know. You could... So assuming we have the graph idea, we could go through every current key and search for all paths of those keys, and then search for all paths of the additional keys. That's a thought. So the algorithm is, we're going to do a given keys k for every key in K, given keys k minus 1 for, that's just saying we're removing the current key we're looking at from K and we're looking at K minus 1. Every key in K minus 1, etc. Given key, get all nodes at current node of K. Get all nodes at current node K current, this will just be root of K. Get all nodes at K node of K minus 1. Okay. So this will be how it works. And then we can do our graph. And the cool thing is this will scale really well, and this will be pretty fast. And this will be our search algorithm. All right, so we are going to be clever here. We are going to be clever. Why am I building a hotkey system? Because I can. That's why I'm building a hotkey system. So we're going to have key actions, and this will be a graph. Graph of key actions. When we receive keys, we're going to do a keys.sort. First, we're going to keys equal to key for key and keys. Then we're going to do a keys.sort. Sorting will go from, it doesn't matter, to be honest. So we're going to do a keys.sort, and then we're going to fill in the graph. So for key and keys, that's not going to work. How do we fill in this graph? How do we fill in the graph? So we're going to have a current node. Current node will be key actions. So node is equal to key actions, and key actions is our root. Then we're going to say for key and keys, no, hey, this knows exactly where I'm going with this. If key not in key node, then we're going to do this. Node key is equal to this. Node for key and keys. And then we're going to do a keys minus 1. So we have our graph, but we also need our callbacks. And so this will be our graph, identity graph. Key identity graph, key identity graph, key combination. How about hotkey identity graph? There we go, hotkey identity graph. And node is equal to this. So first we're going to traverse the node to get our identity. And we're going to make a new method for this. Def get identity star keys. And this will return a tuple, just a tuple, and of unknown size, because it, of unknown size. The tuple length will be the number of keys. And then we're going to assume that this is already sorted so that we're not sorting it over and over again. So it's just this algorithm. Node is equal to key. And then right. So we're all the way at the base. Now we need our identity, and the identity can be that dict. How about the identity is the dict? Node key is equal to this, node is equal to node key, and then we're going to return node. So that'll act as our identity. So this will actually return a dict. And then we're going to have hotkey actions and we're going to say this will be a dict of dict lambda, right? Dict of what is the proper? Oh, the proper would be in uppercase, right? And then I can, nope, dang it. We're just going to call it a dict. No typing here. So now that we have our identity, we can go into hotkey actions. Wait, this is a dict of dict to list. Dict list any. And this should be a list of function, but I'm not entirely sure how to get the function out. So we have, so first we're going to say, keys, let's add a comment here. Keys should be sorted. And this will be an array instead of variadic arguments, because this will be get hotkey identity. So this will be identity is equal get hotkey identity star key, just keys. There we go. We've got our identity. Hotkey, hey, this knows exactly where I'm going with this. Hotkey actions.append callback. So we've got our identity, we've got the callback. Now we got to search through this thing. Let's see if GitHub Copilot is smart enough. So we do need our pref key states. So the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do tracked keys is equal to this. This is just for simplicity so that we can track our key states. And then we're going to say, oh, tracked keys should be a set, right? So this is the clever way of initializing a set. And then tracked for key in keys, track keys.add keys key. And then we can also remove hotkeys. The problem is we need to keep track of every hotkey that was, the amount of times a hotkey was added. This is so why am I doing it this way? It's a very good question. Why am I could just track the state of all keys, the prev and current state, to be honest. You know, it would be smarter to store the state. So instead of hotkey actions, this will have a prev state in it, and we can update that prev state. And the cool thing is, if I'm currently pressing a key and I register a new hotkey, that'll initialize with the prev state of false. So I can add a new hotkey. My thing is currently pressed. That hotkey will go through because I'm pressed, right? I think that's useful. So hotkey actions will be a list of I'm going to say a list of lists, where the first element of the list we can do a list of dict. We're going to say I should make this a class. Class hotkey action definite self.keys self.identity self.callbacks and then self.states is equal to key false. This is good. Some register callback. So then I can just store hotkey actions in here. And this will be a list of hotkey action. That's so much better. Self.callbacks is actually called back. I don't really need keys here. I don't need identity. Oh no, I do need keys. What am I doing? Callback. Keys. So we have the, I don't know why we're, I guess we could do this just so that we can inspect it. Self-identity, we already have we don't need the identity at all. Do we though? Do we want the identity? I could just pass in the identity. Identity is equal to this. Callback states. Callback is equal to callback. Self.states for key and keys. There's no register or unregister. There is a trigger. And that is self.callback here. So this will be a list of hotkey actions. I could throw this into a class as well instead of functions. Class. I think it's fine. So hotkey actions is we iterate through, get our hotkey actions, trigger each action, and we can do our states. What I can do interesting. So the problem here is that we would need to reset states to false in order to do this correctly. We need to reset states to false. After our, like when we release a key, we need to go into our hotkey action and reset its states to the current states. Huh. I'm thinking. So I'm thinking maybe this states idea is not a good idea. That's what I'm thinking. Because yeah, I'm thinking this is not a great idea. So this should just be a list. Let's get rid of this. And the reason I'm thinking that this is a bad idea is because I'm going to have to update the proof states of every single hotkey action, and there's no reason to be managing the state there. I can manage it kind of in the root here. That way, like if I'm having to iterate over everything anyways, then there's no point to the graph, right? So do I want to track do I want to do this tracked keys idea? I'd have to track the number that we're tracking each particular key. And then I'd go over the keys of tracked keys and I'd update key states. There's another way. So I could have tracked keys as a key to a number in a state. I could just have key states. What if, you know what? There's another, no. Because I was thinking if the key does not appear in the graph, I can remove it. But that would have to be an exhaustive search of the graph, right? Because it could be under any particular node. So that sucks. So let's not do that. So what's a great way to do this? I think we got to do ref counting. Would be ideal. I think we got to do ref counting. So we could do a class key state definite self dot pressed I guess, self.state. We're going to say self.press is equal to false. Get state. Oh, hey, that's pretty useful. Self.get state. That's pretty useful. Def. This is def. No, that's a single line for. There we go. So we can do get previous state, return self.state, get current state, and then update is get current state. Self.state. Okay. That's useful. And then I can have a list of keys. Oh, and I need to do a ref count. Self.ref count is equal to 0. Def add ref. Def remove ref. Def is referenced. Okay. This is good. And then we go class. We're going to make another class key states. Let's see, def init self.key states. So this will track from a key into a key state, and then this will add add references and whatnot for those. So like when we register a hotkey, we can add the key state and add the references. Def add key. If key not in key states, key state is equal to that, and then dot add ref. And then we go def remove key, self.remove ref, if not self.is reference, del self.key states. Perfect. Then in our loop down here, we can, so, this is another fun thing. This is going to be multi-threaded, right? No, it will not be. So we're never ever going to remove keys. How about that? We're going to add keys, but we're not going to remove them. Which means we don't need a ref count. We just need the key state. Get current state. Yeah, we don't need any of this. And then our key states will just be a dict. Our key states, in fact, can be a list of key states we're tracking. No. We went to class, so we're going to say self.tracked. I could just do a dict here, though. Yeah, so we're just going to change this into a dict. And that'll give us our, so that we don't duplicate key states when we add a hotkey. So we're going to say hotkey manager now. Let's add a hotkey manager class. And the idea behind this is that this will actually have our hotkey states, our hotkey actions. Whoop. Def init. Oh, def init. Self.key states, self.hotkey actions, and self.hotkey identity graph. And then we're going to add some metadata here. Dict and key state, right? Key states, yep. Then hotkey actions be a dict list, and then hotkey identity graph will be a dict. This is so that they show up in IntelliSense. And then we're going to have a def tick. We're going to actually call this routine. That's not quite what we want. This will be the thing that runs on our thread. And we're going to have a def start, and this will return a thread. Threading.thread. Let's import threading. Target self.routine thread.start return thread. Okay. And then we can join on this thread. Now, this will continue to be a... I think we just throw this down here, right? Because we need our... Oh, no. This is good. Keys, and then identity graph. Here we go. So I can keep this as a function. Keys should be sorted. And then this is the routine. And we have a register hotkey that we can add up here. Register hotkey, so we got our callback. Self. So we're going to say hotkey key states. So we need to add key states for key and key. If key not in key states, self.keystates, key state key. Perfect. That's fine. Key not in key states, then we add it to key states. We're going to do a keys.sort first as well. Key, we're going to first copy a key for key and keys. Got the if statement, don't need that. And then keys dot sort. Now we're going to add the key states. We're going to get the identity. Is equal to self dot hotkey identity graph keys. So now we've gotten our identity, and then we can use, so this is going to end up mutating. So we're going to say create identity. There we go. Key should be sorted, mutates identity graph. I could create the I could create the identity without mutating the identity graph, and then I could add it to the identity graph. That would be cleaner. This will either find the identity or add the identity. Find. Oh, you know what? Put identity if absent. How about that? And then we're going to have our identity here. Yeah, this is good. Put identity if absent. Keys, and then the identity. No, this will put a bunch of stuff. Create identity if absent. Create or find identity. Even better, I guess. Create or find identity. That will not take an identity anymore. And so now this will either create or find the identity, and it mutates the identity graph. And then we're going to say if identity not in self.hockeyActions, self.hockeyActions identity, we're going to make our list, and then we're going to add it. These should be together. So def add key state, self key, add key states. Okay. Self.add key states, keys. Def. I can just throw this up here, and we can just do self and keys again. Def creator find identity, self node is equal to self dot identity graph dot hockey identity graph. Find hockey identity. Keys. And then finally def add callback. Self hotkey identity callback. Okay, we have our functions. So we have our key states. So for key state and self.keys.value, we're not going to update yet. We're going to update after the fact. So everything will start as false. This will be after. So this will be at the end of our loop. Key state.update. So we're going to get our pressed keys in key states, which is correct. Key state dot get current state and dot get key. Key state dot get current state. You know what? I need to do pressed keys is equal to in self.keystates dot values for key state in self.keystate if keystate dot get current state. And then this will be a key state dot key. Okay, so now we've got our keys, and we've got our updates. I'm going to say def update key states. Whoop, row. Self dot update key states. This will be def get pressed keys. Is equal to self dot get pressed keys. And now I have to go over the graph using the pressed keys. This is also going to be a while true. So I have an array now. And I'm saying, given keys k for k minus 1, grab all the thingamathings. So we have pressed keys, and then we have every element of pressed keys except for the current. We will never ever look at a key behind us because this is always going to be sorted. This makes it actually really clever. So we're going to take our first element, look at every element past that. Take our second element, look at every element past that, etc., all the way down. So this will be fun. So we're going to say first for key in pressed keys, for key index in enumerate. There we go. Enumerate pressed keys. And then we're going to say this will be like recursive too. So I think I want to do this recursively. Def get hotkey actions of pressed keys. So for key in key, and then we're going to say index equals 0. For key in enumerate pressed in enumerate keys, pressed keys. We're just going to say keys, and then we'll this will be pressed keys. So I need to, how did I Python iterate starting, that's a range, right? And then we just go, the list should be an array back list, so that'll be fine. Enumerate key index. So I want to do a range for index in range key index in range start index, for range index in start index to link keys. This is what I want, right? I'm going to go return index for index in length index. So let's start with this. So now we've got an array of indices. From our index, we're going to say keys index. So now we've got our keys. And then we're going to say hotkey actions keys index self.hotkey actions. So now we've got a list of lists. And this will be uh-oh. Can't use start expressions here. No! Because I want to flatten this out, right? Into our parent. So this will get our current hotkey actions. Oh no, but no, this is wrong. So it'll be hotkey identity graph something like that, right? So we've got our keys, and then we've got our hotkey identity graph for index keys unresolved index. What? In range if keys index. Oh, this will be a interesting. So node is equal to self, because we got to start at a node, right? Self dot. We're starting the search from here. So this is our current root node. Self dot start index. Right. And we're always starting from the root node. For key in range for index. I don't think I can do this like a clever array here. For index, so we've got our indices, so we can say key is equal keys index. Now we've got our key. And we've got our graph. If we've got our keys and we've got our graph. So the length of the identity no. Got our keys and we've got our graph. If key in node, we're going to say actions if key in node, then we're going to grab our identity is equal to node key. If identity and self actions dot extend self dot hotkey actions identity. Do I really need to extend this? Like, I think I can just do execute hotkey actions. If identity in self dot, then for action in self dot actions run action. So we're going to run the action. Now we have an identity. And we have a key. So then node is equal to identity. That's not right. For key and node, then we need to go down the next node and search for additional keys using keys -1. So this will have a node that we're searching from and a start index. And node is equal to self dot hotkey identity graph. Okay, this is closer to what we want. So for index and range, if grab the key, if key and node, grab the identity. If identity and hotkey actions, execute the actions, and then self dot execute hotkey actions keys identity index +1. This will get us exactly what we want. So for every single key we have, we're going over our current root nodes, and then we're executing those actions, and then we're going over subkeys. And so for key 1, we're going over, if we have 5 keys, key 1 will do key 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Key 2 will go 2, 3, 4, 5. Key 3, 3, 4, 5, etc. If key in node, this will check all keys, all branching paths. So you could have, for key 1, you could have the hotkey 135, and it'll work just fine. This is cool. So enumerate pressed keys. So we're not enumerating over pressed keys. We are instead self.execute hotkey actions, and then start index is 0, and self.update key states. Yo, we've got a highly efficient thing. How do I terminate a thread here? 132 con. We don't need that anymore. Well, we do. We do need that from adding our key states. So import 132 con. Let's go back to hotkey. This will be more under utils, not bot. Cancel. 132 con. Wait, what? Where did I add that? Port 132 con. Okay, so I'm going to say hotkey manager main. Import that guy. And then hotkey manager.start. And then under start, we're going to say thread. Threading.thread. Self.thread is equal none. This should be a union. Typing .union, and then, oh wait, couldn't this just be an optional? That was another thing that we had here. Then I don't need union. That's right. So equal thread. This is no longer going to return anything. If self.thread is not none, raise exception. Hotkey manager already started. Thread.start, and then we can do a def join, and then def stop. How do we stop a thread? Python stop thread. Python 3. Threading.thread, t1.start, t1.join, if stop thread with trace argxi thread.start multiprocessing.process. That's not what I want. Is there any way to kill a thread? Yeah, we could kill a process, absolutely. Stop a thread. A threading event is a thread-safe Boolean variable that can be either set or not set, and checked and set without fear of a race condition. Update of an event for each iteration. True. But I don't need that because only one thing is ever going to be writing to it. Right now there's no way to stop this guy. Is the name given to background threads? Main thread is a none. Oh, that's a good way to do it. So I can say daemon is equal to true. So threading target is equal to this, and daemon is equal to true. Perfect. And then I can just, I don't have to stop the threads. The other thing I'd like to do is I'd like to add a fun little fun here. Stopped. Terminate. Cool. Self.terminate is equal false. And then we're going to say self. Oh, you know, I could just do self.threaded. That's right. Self.terminate. No, I don't want to do, because I still want to be able to join on that thread, and if it's done, it's done, right? Self.terminated is equal to true, and while not self.terminate, keep going. Look at that. Target self.routine. This should be bound, right? Yeah, in JavaScript it wouldn't be bound. In Python it would be bound. Python start thread of bound method. Run class methods and threads. That's what I thought. JavaScript would be a little bit wackier here. So we've got a join, we've got a stop, we've got a routine, we've got the get pressed keys, update states, all sorts of fun things. And then main, so we're going to say hotkeymanager.start. Yo, what? That's cool. Node hotkey callback and keys. So I'm going to register the win32.end. Where's the end key? VK end. There it is. And then this will be a lambda hotkeymanager.stop. So that'll end our app there. And then if I do, let's say, I'm going to do a few tests here. So I'm going to say win32.vk1. VK numpad 1 dot 1 delete decimal. Those are all virtual keys. R menu, VK up. Python VK1. Win32con VK1. What? Python Win32con VK1. Key codes. Word is a standard that returns the hotkey for the, which is the plane. You should be able to use either ORD1 or 4 to 9. Off that Win32con. Register hotkey. Self.add callback. Execute. So the get key state is either a virtual key. Interesting. Get async key state. Hold on. The virtual key code. VK help, the 0 key. Ordinal of 0 key. ASCII table. So the 0 key is hexadecimal. Okay, so I can just use the ordinal codes. Whew. That's good. The 1 key should be the A key, the uppercase A key should be 41. And then the lowercase a key is, we don't care about, right? 61? That doesn't make sense to use 61 here. Yeah. So it's based on the uppercase version. Okay. Pip file. Oh, wrong project. So get current state. Good. So this is either going to be a, so let's say ord W, ord E, ord R. WER events. So all three of those have to be pressed. And then the W event, E event, R event, W, or I'm just doing every combination here, WE event, WR event, and then the ER event. So that's every possible combination. So we're going to see if this works. Oh no, yeah, that's every combination. Good. I could have done this in a loop. This is fine. Maybe I should do this in a loop just to grab every combination. Meh. Okay, and then this will be end. And then we're going to do a hot key manager.join. Y'all ready? Run. What? Unhashable type dict. Identity. I want to use the reference. May use a key. Python get dict reference. Python use dict reference as a key. No. For dictionary. Must be hashable items. Use their items list to convert them to a sorted tuple. It's not really what I want, though. I could just store an arbitrary key. It has to be hashable. I want to store the Python use dict pointer as key. Like, that's really what I want to do here. You know, have, especially if they're primitives, or list values can literally be anything. Yeah. We could use like a list or a dict as a pointer, as a key in Java or Dart or whatever, but not in Python, because they have to be hashable in Python. Convert dict to integer. Python convert dict to integer pointer. Convert dict to pointer. Bro. Changes made. What is this ID function? Python ID function. Now that is intriguing. Is built in that returns the unique identifier. Oh, hey, that's what I want. ID. Identity. Hotkey actions. Int. For action, ID identity. And then register hotkey, add callback. Hotkey identity. ID. Hold on, so yeah, where's this getting used from? Add callback identity. Creator find hotkey identity. Return ID node. And this should return an int. So create or find hotkey, add key states, and then identity is equal to node key ID identity. Okay. This should work now. So if I go double threading and routine and execute, if identity okay. It should be an ID identity. My gosh. Oh. Node is equal to, if I, let's do for key and node. Child node is equal to node key. Do I need key for child node? This is also overwriting up here. Okay, if key and node, child node is equal to node key, identity is equal to ID child node. Self.execute hotkey actions. So we need to do the key state nonsense now. Key self for action and hotkey actions. So we get our pressed keys, right? So if we're holding W and then we add an E, we're holding Shift, then we add an R. That should execute some things, and then we add a T. That should execute some other things. A Y executes yet some more things. For the newly pressed hotkeys. Okay. So get pressed keys, update key states, self.execute hotkey actions, for key and node, if identity and self.dot for action, run action, child node key. We're going to say if key, so this is about executing the action. If identity and self.hotkey actions and key so there should be a list of key state and key dot get previous and not key dot get previous state. That's not going to work either. No, it will work. It will work. So this won't care about the prior keys. This will only care about new keys. Oh, and vk end. What? Stop main. End. Why isn't this working? End? Bro. Dot vk escape. This doesn't have to be a lambda, this can just be stop. So hotkey. If identity and hotkey actions and not get key, dot get previous state. Okay. Run. Escape. Int has no object, get previous state. Get pressed keys. Oh, these are these should return key states. List key state. Press keys. Keys list key state. The other thing, self.keystates.values, is this won't be sorted. This won't be sorted right now. So I need to sort by the key. Python sort list with key. It's, yeah, the key. List.sort key is equal to function, yeah. Churn, so this will be keys, so this should be sorted. Keys.sort, return keys. The reason it should be sorted is so that when we come to here, we need to look at the graph correctly, so this should be sorted. The moment it goes into this dict, it becomes unsorted. Right? Well, I mean, it's just not going to be sorted correctly, and we have to resort it. For index keys, keys in key is equal to if key dot key in node child node. Couldn't I just use this? So what is this? The hash function? Def hash. Return hash self.key. This is what I want to do. And then I want to go key.key. So I should be adding, when I register a HOTS, identify self-refined identity keys, add key states keys. Add key states. Add and get. How about add and get key states? And this should return a list of key states. Key states is equal to if key not in, self dot add key state, and then key states dot append, and return key states. Predefined hotkey identifier. So first we copy, then we sort, then we add key states. Key states is equal to this. So we're going to be using our key states as the identity. This should be key states. Key states. Add callback. This is only used in one spot. Anything else, take a add and get key states, so that converts keys into key states. Update key states for every key state in self dot key state values, whatever. Get press key states. Pressed key states. Execute hotkey actions. This should be key states. Key state. If key state child node key identity ID child node key dot get previous state action, then we're going to execute key states again, return where are we returning this? We shouldn't be returning anything. So this was the that was me trying to execute things, right? Do something with it. There we go. Okay. And then we're going to try this again. W. E event. W event. W event, E event. But not the WE event. Why is that? So I pressed escape. Dot VK end. Let's try that again. VK end does not work. Escape does though. I can just stop the process. Dot. This should be exit. Exit. And then this should be dot escape, I guess. Press play. So cool. So give it a second. 1, 2, 3. Popped up. So VK end is not working. 1, 2, 3. I can do a VK escape for now. Okay. So the WE event did not work. This is buggy. If I press both of them at once, nothing happens. So if I press W and E, hotkey, get pressed keys, self.key, print, for print key for key and keys. So these will be the pressed keys. Right. 69 and 87. So that is correct. And doesn't show anything because we're not tracking it. Why does this take so long to didn't stop. Took like 5 attempts, right? So something weird is happening here. Let me register end again, vk end. Nothing. vk end should be 35. Isn't that, yeah. Should be 23. End. So why can't I detect vk end? I can detect escape. So let's go back to hotkey. I gotta debug this now and figure out what's going on. So get pressed keys is working. Self.execute hotkey key actions. For index and range, start index to length of key states +1. Hmm. 101010. So that's working. For key in node, child node is equal to node key identity if identity and self.hotkey actions prints prints what are we printing here? Key.key. execute hotkey actions, update key state. For key state and self.keystates.values, keystate.update, self.state is equal to self.getCurrent key state. Print self.keystate.key. So this is updating all of the values here. This should be a separate, no. This should not be separate. Get key state, get current state. Oh, get, wait. Execute hotkey actions. Self.update key states. This is pressed keys. And then just update all the key states. So get all the pressed keys, then update the key states. I kind of want to say newly pressed keys as well. Key prints for key and keys. For key and keys, if key.getCurrent state and not get key.previous state. So this will print newly pressed keys. New pressed keys is equal to this. And then if new pressed keys, then we're going to print the keys. Print new pressed keys. This is freaky. What is going on here? R. Why is this like not always working? R events. Print newly pressed keys. If not, and self.keystate.values. And then we're going to say new unpressed keys. And newly unpressed keys. Newly unpressed keys is like never registering. If not, self.getKeystates. That's why. for key in if key dot get current state in if not key dot get current state. There we go. Newly unpressed keys. Newly pressed, newly unpressed. Huh? And key and not key dot get pre. So if the key is currently pressed and it wasn't pressed, it should show this. Why didn't it show up? Newly pressed, newly unpressed. Pressed, nothing happened. Newly pressed. No unpressed though. Get key current state. So what does get key async state do? This is what I'd like to know now. Because this doesn't appear to be. You can use left and right to just return value if the function, whether the key was pressed since the last call, and whether the key is currently down. Oh. Oh, I see. I see. So this is if the most significant bit is set, the key is down, and if the least significant bit is set, the key was pressed after the previous call. Most significant bit. That's why. So I need to do a bitwise operator. Get async key state. So this is the least significant bit. Most significant bit. Like, are there only 2 bits here? Or like, what am I looking at? Code. Get key state. A through Z, n must be set to the ASCII value of that character. Short. The return value specifies if the high order bit is 1, the key is down, otherwise it is up. Okay, so that's 0x20 and 0x20 not equal, or 0x2. I can just do it that way. So get current state. What? Key is often untoggled if the lower bit is 0. Toggle keys Key such as is toggled if it is turned on. The higher order bit is 1. The key is down, otherwise it is up. And then the lower order bit is toggle. The key is pressed, was pressed, however, you should not rely. Current desk for is 0. The current desktop is not the active. The foreground thread belongs to another process, and the desktop does not allow the hook or the journal record. Is not the active desktop. So if I were to go play, okay. Get current key states. Key.key. F. Key.get current state. I need to see what this looks like here. What? Negative 32,768. Escape. Oh, end. End? So why doesn't end work? Escape. Huh? Oh dear. I turned on Japanese. So negative 32,768. This is a short. Yes. So the most significant bit is set. And then the other thing is whether it was called or not. Hotkey. So this is a short. Short is what? A byte? No, it's 2 bytes, right? To the 16th, right? No. Yeah, to the 16th. It's a byte. It's 2 bytes. Which is 0x100000, get current state, and 0x1. So 0x1000 to decimal. That should be. Oh no, that's 1 byte there. That's 2 bytes. Huh? Okay, what? Zeros. Oh, yes, that makes sense. Not equal to 0. And this minus 1, right? So 0x. Hold on. Negative 32,768 is a short. that would be negative. That'd be this guy. Right. Right. No. No, it wouldn't be that guy. It would be, so 0. We're really looking at this. We want to set the most significant bit. 0 be 1. This should be what we're looking for. To binary. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yes, yeah, it's 2 bytes. Oh my gosh. 2 hex. What's the hex code for that? 0x8000. I think it's more obvious if we do the binary here. Whoop, wrong project, and 0xb. Why is this so janky? I don't... Why does this suck so much? Win32 API get key state. Can't I just hotkey? Get key states. I kind of just want to do print. This guy. Get current key state of ord W. This is working. And key states dot values if key dot get current state and not key dot get previous state. Turn self dot state. Get current state. Key state dot values. Key state dot key is equal to or W. Print updating W. Self dot previous state. Self dot current state. update def update previous state. Self.state is equal to this. And then we're going to do self.current state. And then we're going to return self.current state. Okay. So I went to update, and then I went to update previous states. Start routine. So we're going to update current state, then update previous state. Okay. This is working a lot better now. This is working way better now. It's not jank anymore. New keys.sort. And the WE event isn't going though. Create or find identity. Execute hotkey action. So we're in the W node. So when we add a callback for the register hotkey, so we've got keys. We've got the W and the E. Keys.store. Add and get key states. For key and keys, if key not in self.key states, this is why. Keys, okay, yeah. Key states dot append. Return key states. Okay. So this will be sorted, a sorted list of key states, and then we have our key states. So now we go self dot for key and key states, if key not in node, node key is equal to addict, then node. That's why. No. This is correct. So we go, if we have a W and an E. First we go W for key and key states, if key not in node, node key. Then now we're in the W thingamabobber. For key, now we're on E, if key not in node, node key is equal to that, and then we're on the E thing, and then we return the ID of E. So when we create or find hotkey identity, add callback identity of hotkey identity not in ID node. Self.hotkey actions, append callback. Not in self.hotkey actions. I ended up just working on a hotkey system tonight, didn't I? So why are W and E not running? So at the end, if I do the hotkey, I execute for key and node. If identity print executing, yeah, print key.key. (69) and 87. Then we've got the child node. So W hold on. So we're in the parent node. Range starts key is equal to key states index. If key is in the node, then the ID is, the ID is the child node. This is where we are. And then we're going to start searching from the child node. So if we're on W, now if we're on root, which is start with nothing, now we're going to start on W. And then for index and range of key states, if key and node, so now we're on E. Length of key states. So the length of key states is, so that'll be 1. This will be E. If key and node. Execute hotkey actions. Print executing from root. Print executing from key.key. Prints F entering key.key. Executing from root. Executing from 87. So executing from root, entering 87, executing from 87. So if I'm holding W and E, executing from root, entering 69, executing from root, entering 87, executing from 87. Executing from root. This isn't going to really show. Cancel. So sometimes the WE event will work. If identity and do not get key dot previous state, execute this. Oh, it's because of that. I get it. Okay, I get it. I actually get it now. This makes sense. So if I'm holding down E, then the W one will fire. And it has to do with the key and node. This should be if any of the keys were not, if any of the keys for this hotkey action, if any of this is true, right? Not just the current key, any of the keys. Because the current key might have already been pressed, but maybe you pressed a new key to get into that action from earlier down the line. So that's where the bug is coming from. So what I could say is this will be going down a graph correctly. I could so this has to know whether any of the previous keys were pressed. This is equal to false. Are you also streaming on Twitch or something? No. I cannot stream this on Twitch without getting banned. Probably. Why is that? Why would you think that I was streaming on Twitch? Oh, no. I always talk. Yeah. Yeah, if I stream me coding a gamebot on Twitch, that's against Twitch TOS and they will ban me because you're not allowed to promote bots, right? So right now I'm working on a very efficient, clever hotkey system because I didn't like keyboard. Keyboard doesn't get me everything I want, so here I am. And I'm dealing with a bug of previous key presses. Other key presses. How about we call it that? Where am I being called from? So this is other key presses. Other key presses? No, it should be previous key presses in the hotkey. That doesn't really evoke. And this should be key.get previous states or previous key presses. This should fix the bug. So this is saying that, why is this freaking out? Line too long, screw you. This is saying that as we're going down our graph, as we're drilling in, if we have a chain we're building along this graph, and that chain represents our hotkey combination. And if any of the keys are pressed in that hotkey combination, any of the keys were not pressed in that hotkey combination but are now pressed, that's what we're really looking for. If any of them were not pressed but are now pressed. New key has new key presses. That's what we want to call this. Has new key presses. Has new key presses is equal to false. If key and node has new key presses is equal to or key got get currents key or not key dot. So we're iterating over keys that are currently pressed. So all we really need to check for is whether it wasn't pressed before. And then we're going to say and has new key presses. So then we're going to pass in. This should be get previous state. What am I doing? Has new key presses. Boom. And we continue to chain our has new key presses as we go down the graph, and it should work. Now if I press WE, hey! Okay. Excellent. We have a working hotkey system. So now from main, we've got our beautiful hotkeys. Oh, and I wanted to also test ER. ER also works perfectly, and WR. Okay, everything works. So this is the hyper efficient hotkey system. So the only other thing is, why is VKEnd not working at all? Like why, what is going on here? So the VKEnd, what is the VKEnd state printing? If I were to get rid of all this, because I want to see what is this emitting? So let's go back to hotkey. And under update, where are you? Update. Print self.current state. False. End. I don't want to print this. I want to print. So blah, 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 key state is equal to this. And then, so that we don't call it twice because weird things start happening, I want to print key state. 0. 0. What? Is this wrong? Why are we not able to detect VKEnd here? I'd like to be able to detect it. That'd be cool. But why can I not? Other things are able to detect it, right? I know AutoHotkey can detect it. Why can I not do it? What is wrong with this? Like why? Generated from this. So instead of doing 35 here, maybe I should look up in Win32 virtual keys. Virtual key codes. VKEnd. 0x23, that should be 35, right? Decimal. 35. What? I no understand. Bro. This is VKEnd not showing true with async key state. Not recognizing a key input. VK return incorrectly evaluating to true. Depending on what, either way is not the correct approach for a console app. No, that's... I know some of them. I'm checking the whether it's toggle or not doesn't matter. I'm checking the currently pressed state, which should be the highest bit, but this is always showing a 0. Get async key state events. VK. Whoa. Yeah, 800. 8,000. This is the same thing I'm doing. I'm just showing the bits instead of the hexadecimal, the binary instead of the hexadecimal to make it more obvious. Although, yeah, that is pretty obvious. VKEnd. End key. Couldn't find, so if there's any way to do this, thread shifting keys with only one click. What? So VKEnd is not registering. Everything else registers, but not vkend. Why is that the case? So what if I just pass in 35? End. What about vk delete? VK, what about VK delete? So the key right next to it, right? Or VK home? Home works. Why does end not work? Delete. Delete works. End is just like, you know what? Fuck you. End. Bro, what the fuck? I don't get my end key? No. Okay, let's do another weird one, like pause. Does pause work? Pause works. Does every key work except for end? Is this our weird one? End. If I just... I'm wondering. That's a page up. I'm like, maybe I have the key wrong, but I definitely do not. Okay, well, the end key, hotkey does not work. And hotkey not working, WTF. Every key works except for this one. RIP. Okay, we've got our hotkey system. Our handy dandy, beautiful hotkey system that's hyper efficient and traverses a graph and only tracks currently registered keys. It doesn't do any... I had to do a few Python courses in your BS degree, but never pursued it further from that. Mostly used JS and Go. So Go for server side and JS for client side, I'm assuming. Like maybe JavaScript React and then a Go server for our web dev is am I right? Yes, no. I'm assuming that's the case. That's what they're mainly used for. Although you could be weird and use JS for a yeah. Who would have thought of that? Indeed. Oh man, yeah. Python is nice for so the bot needs to do image processing, and Python's really good for that. Lots of libraries, like lots of data science libraries in Python, including image processing libraries, AI libraries, all of that. So that is why Python is a great language for this. So I would definitely code a bot in Python if I were to code a bot. No Dart for me. Okay, so we've got this. We've got our hotkey manager.start. I should be using getters and setters, but I don't really care. Python properties. Do I remember the property? It's like def property or something. Def get. It's like a get. Def get update. It's not this one though. It's def get. I need to look up get and set on Python to remember what I'm doing here. Python get set. Getter and setter. Yep, there we go. Bro, just show me the get and set. App property. Okay. App property, that's the getter and that's the setter. Okay, it's an annotation. App property. So I'm going to make this a little bit. Yeah, I'm not saying anything at all bad. Python is good and useful. Lua would maybe be a good alternative. Lua is good for embedded, I would say. Lua doesn't have the same support as Python does. So I would definitely say Lua is more for embedded. Like if you were to do a scripting language, you can code it. You can have it in Lua, C#, Groovy, various embedded languages that work pretty well. Maybe Dart? Dart. I need to rename these to be private. Self, and then this will be previous state. Current state. Self dot current state. And then we're going to update this. Self dot key. Okay, everything's private now. I think I need the key too, right? App property def. Do I need the key? Find dot key. Hotkey manager. I do need the key. Okay, that's fine. App property def key self. Turn self dot key. Perfect. And then I should add. I don't need to add metadata to this because we're not accessing the fields directly. We're going through properties. Okay, we've got our hotkey system going. Now we can start actually working on the bot. So we've got this guy. The next thing we need to start working on is emitting clicks. I've got this BS. I don't need. So I need to figure out. Okay, clicker guardians. I need to try clicking on a. Let me bring up auto hotkey here to grab the window client. Wait, client. That doesn't seem right. That seems very wrong. Client position. Width and height are way off here. This is not right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to register clicks and mouse positions to figure out where I'm currently at. I'm not showing the game because I don't want to get reported. Obviously, I mean I guess I kind of am showing the game. Whatever. As long as I don't use it. Ugh. There's no proof that I'm using it, right? There's no proof. Don't know that I'm using a bot. Okay. So we are going to. We need to figure out what's going on with the clicks in the window and the window location. So Win32 API, Win32 GP or GUI. Yeah, get mouse window location. So this will get a rect of the current window. So I'm going to set this to a hotkey rather than a click. I guess I could register a click, right? Is there like a VK click? Because this should be hotkey manager. exit. So VK left, click. No. This is definitely not going to capture clicks. Wait, mouse button. Which mouse button? M? Well, let's look through, I guess. So what do we got here? We've got next. Okay. Oh, media button, I think is what that is. Left L button. Is there an R button? R button. What is R? What are L and R button? Those look very suspicious. Windows VK L button. What? Oh, they are. Look at that. So I can make this work. Let's do a function here. Def get mouse position. No. Click. We're going to get, first we're going to get the window. Windows equal to get window. Yep, this is the game. That I am mindlessly grinding, but I'm improving. Window is that. And then we're going to get window rect. Window, I'm just going to call it rect, get window rect, window. Imports from utils, import star. There we go. So we've got our rect, and then we are going to go, when we click, we're going to get the mouse window location of our rect. Prints, we're going to print the mouse window location. And then under here, we're going to do L button. This is fine. What? Key state has no current state. Get currents. Okay. Any other? Wait, what's printing here? Print key state. We don't want that. Sure, that's fine. Get previous state. Get previous. Okay, I think we're good now. So if I click, I did not assign, I assigned it to exit, so that's good. Okay, print. If I click here, 254.13.64. Okay. 254.13.64. That is right. Good. Interesting. Okay, so we've got a 254.13.64 here for our button. I click in the top right, bottom right, and then I go settings. Let's make sure the resolution is what I'm expecting, 3840 by 2160. This is what is expected. Okay. So when I record these coordinates, I also need to record the resolution that they're under. So I'm going to have a, let's stop this. So I'm going to have coordinates. And they're also going to have the resolution. So bag button town is equal to, I said 254, 1364, and with a resolution of 3840 by 2160, right? 2160. Okay. I can just pass these in as regular locks because I'm only going to be reading these first two values. And then I can scale it. So I can get the current, I can get the current resolution of the window and then scale these locations accordingly. Now I happen to have all of these locations somewhere, right? No, I have the screen locations. Well, that's not terribly useful. So if I do a bag button town, and then I want to scale location, def scale location, location scale, from tuple int. Oh. From scale to scale. And really, it's not a, it's just a number, right, that I'm scaling. It's not a tuple, just a value. Int. From scale int to scale int. And then this will return the new integer. This will, whoop. This should not go under here. It should go under maybe a Python scaling. Times to scale divided by from scale. I mean, that's really all it is. Is there a Python scale? Yeah. I just wanted in a simple function. Oh, Python scale conversion. No, that's just... This is fine. From scale to scale. So if we were to take our 254, the scaling is 3840, so 254 divided by 3840, and then we were going to go like to 1920, it would be 127 instead, which is correct. So we need to scale all of our locations. And then def scale value tuple from scale. I'm going to just say that these could be ints or tuples. If value instance of int. Python is instance. If is instance value int, if is instance value tuple, then int for I, vi in enumerate for I in length value. Value I in range length value to scale I from scale I. And then if it's unknown, cannot scale value of type. Okay, so now we can scale our locations. And we can scale our, so we've got our things going. So I have locations. Kind of want to define this as a config file almost. So let's Python load YAML. No, I think a Python load properties file. There we go. So this will just be a with file open or whatever, right? Is there like any J properties? Perfect. Python J properties. What is a Java property parser written for Python? Okay, this is exactly what I want, I think, so we're going to grab that. Pip env install J properties. And then configs.get, yeah. So now I can add a new directory, properties, new file, town.properties. Back button. Java properties category. Subproperties, store, Java properties file. Because I could have sworn there was a target cities, right? Category. How to handle categories inside extended properties. DB user, yeah. This is fine. I think I'd honestly just prefer this to be YAML, to be, right? I think I just want this to be YAML. Like where are we going through this weirdness? What is this, YAML? Should be YAML. Config.yaml. And then we're going to refactor this config. And YAML example just to vaguely tabbing. Yeah. Is it YAML or YML? Python read YAML. Oh, it's PyYAML. What's YML? And then import YAML. Okay. Safe load should always be preferred to reduce arbitrary code exception. Then I can grab the configuration file. Main. Oh. Import YAML with example dot. Yeah, let's move that, reformat the file. Config.yaml. So this should be stuff. Yeah. Town. Bag button. Colon. Should be a list, right? Location and scaling. Let's do bag button, location, and scaling. Do it this way. Location scaling. Okay. That way it's obvious what's going on here. And then I probably want to grab everything with our hotkey whatnot, our hotkey stuff. Config slash config.yaml, print YAML, safe load stream. Right. Good. So tone, bag button, location, 254, 1364, scaling. Excellent. So we're going to say config is equal. That's kind of exactly what I figured. Def load configuration. Read configuration. Returns a dict. And then this will return YAML.safe load. read configuration. So the next thing I'd like to do is I'd like to simulate a click. So I have our window, and I want to click. So location to Windows long takes a tuple. Bag location is equal to config bag location to window long. Is that it? Okay. Bag location long. And then I want to click window bag location long. Let's see if this does the trick. Aha. Config town bag button location. Config dot town dot bag button town bag button location. Did not click. Did not click. Right. So click. Got our window. Sleep in seconds. 0.1. It's not clicking. Why isn't it clicking? I'm going to GitHub. Right. So it's not clicking. Oh. I apparently lost chat. Where did chat go? Oh, that's where chat went. Okay, makes sense. Why isn't it clicking? So I've got the, hold on, so play. Up here should be 0, 0 in the top left, right? 0, 0, good. Click. Post message. Using post message. Is block in any case you should be using or send input instead of isn't a valid parameter. You can't simulate keyboard input. Didn't find or UI. Is that getting cursor position? So symbol click where it should emulate a mouse click. Lparam. So in 30 seconds, click XY. Some window title. Find window none. Name. That works. The post message is weird. MK button make long 2142. Not by simulating a general mouse click. What's the proper way to do it? Because it's for the Windows and the menu area is non-client. You might try instead with the W param of and mouse position and screen coordinates. Get sub menu and track. Okay. Is the window that owns the menu. This won't work because WM which make long control click. Control click. WM button. What on earth is the difference between these? Left click. Mouse event. Oh, posted when the user presses while the cursor is in the client area of a window. If the mouse is not captured, the message posted is beneath the cursor. Otherwise, the mouse is posted that the window has captured the mouse. So we post a message with the WML button down. Oh. And then it should be MKL button, the left. So when the user presses the left mouse button while the cursor is in the client button. So you OR all these together. The left mouse button is down. The middle mouse button is down. The right mouse button is down. To the upper return value. Okay. So we're saying we could control So I post a message and it does not do the trick. I can get the cursor position, but I can't seem to config read configuration, bag location, long. make long, and then let's say bag location is equal to config town bag button. Bag location scaled is equal to scale I'm going to say scaling is up here. Scaling, scale. I'll call this resolution. From scale to scale. From scale resolution to scale. Location, get rect dimensions. Rect. From scale is equal to config resolution to scale is equal to from scale to scale. Print clicking at bag location scaled. And then we're going to say location to long. And click here. If is instance list clicking at 254.13.64. Okay. For window and hotkey. What the fuck? Hotkey manager dot join import YAML. So it's not clicking. I was so excited about this because I'm like, oh wow, I can just use my mouse and post arbitrary clicks. Python simulate mouse click without moving. I don't want to move though. BlueStacks. Not affecting actual mouse. In Linux, moving PyWin32. Make long. Reproducible example. Yeah. Serpent AI. Interesting. Keyboard key mapping. Tab keys, handle keys, release keys, move. Click down. Yo. DLL user 32. Win32 API. Click down. Input I, mouse input. Send input. C types dot pointer x. C types dot size of x. Input C types dot cu long II underscore. What am I reading? Okay, so in input I. What is an input I? Input I mouse input. Mouse input. This has system to your application. Mouse input. Input I mouse input. Extra. The fuck? Input. Hardware input. Mouse input. Okay. This is what I'm looking at. dx and dy. dx, the absolute or the amount of motion depending on the value of the dw. Relative data, absolute position of mouse. Depending on dw flags. So, whoop, wrong thing. If I go Windows location, rect. So this should get the absolute screen position. Def get window screen position. That's not quite what I want. Get rect screen position. How about that? Rect. Rect 0. Yeah, this is what I want. I mean, that's all. Why am I doing that? Okay. Left button was pressed. DW flags. Mouse event left down. So I OR these in. X button. Wheel was moved. X button was pressed. So we've got mouse event TF left down. So what is this input I? Click. Input I. Send input. What about this? Import C types. Windia send input. C types dot pointer x. What is x? X is equal to input of II. Where is input coming from? Okay, this is where input's coming from. This should be good. I'm just going to, what is the game agent framework? End of life. And the creation of game agents. OpenAI Universe. Couldn't I just use this? This is quite old. Bring it into Python. Okay. What is the license? MIT. Perfect. So I can grab this then. Mouse button down mapping. So I'm going to grab this stuff. Handle keys. Oh, this is just a native Win32 input controller. 2 Windows coordinates. Scroll. Drag. Click string. Click sprite. Click. Duration. Click up. Def move. So click the absolute position of the mouse. Absolute position of the mouse. Mouse input. Input. DX. DX is not used at all. Intriguing. So if I want to client input controller, right, so click. This is really all I need. Duration. If force and KWRs and or self.game is focused. Click. Screen region. Screen region, self.screen region, get screen region. Window location. So this stuff is useful at the top. I think this will work. And then I can slowly get rid of all this crap. Click. Self.click down. Okay. So click down and then click up. Click down. Mouse button down mapping. Mouse input. Mouse left down. 0x 002. Button dot name, mouse button dot left. Yep. What is 0? mouse input, mouse data, so that's so dx, dy, these are absolute screen position coordinates. So that'll be, click in the window and the location is long. Send input. Mouse input. So what is send input about? Send input. In this article, C inputs, the number of structures in the input, P inputs. Yep, so there's one in there. Each structure to be inserted into the key, or this doesn't send it to a window, this sends it to the, okay, rect. And then location. So this will be rect 0 plus location 0. Rect 1 plus location 1. Mouse data. D word, mouse data. What is the mouse data? Mouse DW flags. Left button was pressed, yeah. It contains mouse event X down, or it contains mouse wheel X down or X up, then mouse data should be 0. If DW flags contains mouse event X, then mouse data specifies which X buttons were pressed or released. A set of mouse motion and button clicks. The bits in this member can be set to indicate changes in status not ongoing. For example, if the left mouse and held down is set when the left is first pressed, but not for subsequent motions. So we're saying left down, and then dx and dy depending on the value of the DW flags member. Would not be Windows XP, window mouse event absolute. So this should be 0x8000. And it's going under, or this is time. Extra info. What the fuck is extra info? Nothing. And then mouse data. So mouse data versus DW flags. If DW flags does not contain the mouse data should be 0. Right, so mouse data is for the mouse wheel. Okay. So we do all this, and then we send input. I think we really need to click down here. Def click down. Rect location. And then click up should just be the left up event, 0x004. This should be click rect location and type of click. So this should be type of click or so this should be click left down rect location. So this will be a click rect location 0x02. Left down. Click left. Down is equal to true. Click left, down. Click left, up. That should be 4, right? Click right down, click right up. Right down 8 and 10. Right up 10. And then we want the what do we want next? I think this is fine. So if I want, so I can do a click left down, config reconfiguration. So I get the window, I get the rect. I don't need backscale. I just need click left down, rect, bag location scaled, and then click left up. If I play it, nothing happens. Clicking at print, click inputs, add x is equal to this, x absolute, x screen, y screen is equal to click input x, y, x screen, y screen. So 7934, 1364. Clicking at click input 7934, 1364. Where is that at? screen. What? So the rect position is 15. It's 8. 4K. $79, $34, $13.64. Main is not allowed to run in parallel. Click input. So if I want the absolute screen coordinates, I should also do x location is equal to get mouse window location, and then print rect 0 plus location 0, rect 1 plus location 1. And this should be a string. $79, $14, $13.61. So that is right. What about just get mouse window location, get cursor position? Def get mouse location. So we get this. Oh, stop. Get mouse location. Yeah, that is right. So why is it pissy? Get mouse position. So I send the click. I'm like, yo, I've clicked here. What if I let's say play rec 0, click input, mouse input, +1, type of click, input. Why is it not working? What if I go like sleep 3 here? Sleep 4, sleep 3. And then that worked. So if I press play, nothing happened. Okay, that click event did work, but it clicked at my cursor position, not at my, not the dx and dy I passed it. Right. So mouse input dx dy. Input dx dy. With absolute value. Okay, if absolute these contain normalized absolute coordinates. If not set, those parameters contain relative data. For further information, so we're mouse event tf absolute. Dx and dy, if that is not dx and dy, right. If dw flags contains the wheel, then dw data specifies the amount the wheel moved. If dw flags contains h wheel, x down or x up, which x buttons were pressed. If dw flags, then dw data should be 0. Okay. Void mouse event. Hold on. Whoop, wrong thing. Mouse event. Input. Mouse event function. Mouse input structure. Mouse data, DW flags. What is this DW extra info? Okay, that's just extra information for the mouse, I guess. Mouse input dx dy with not be coalesced. Mouse event move coalesce. With must be used with mouse of maps coordinates to the entire desktop. That's what I'm missing. Click. Okay, that's what I'm missing. So 0x4000. 1. Didn't work. 1, 2, 3. Maps coordinates the entire desktop. So and so it can't for an app to use the current map instead of the position in the programmers expect it best to add a mouse event. This just isn't going, you know what his answer is going to be. Okay. Mouse event move. Mouse event TF moved. Mouse event, TF move. Yep, this one. And then dxdy is how much movement occurred. What if I do curious? So if I do def click move mouse, click sprite, click string, you have to pretty much move the mouse to the move. Mouse input. For XY extra, send input. So if I want to, I don't want to interpolate. Absolute for XY coordinates. Yeah, 0x and 0,8,000. So this application is not reading the direct mouse input, is why this isn't working. So we need to do a def set mouse position rect location. X screen, Y screen. Zero X1. This one, right? No, not that one. 0x. Yeah, it's just one. Backside. And then send input. So now if I run this, cancel. Nothing happened. Click left down. Sleep. Oh, because I need to set mouse position. Stop. Interesting. Okay. So it doesn't look at the click event. It says, I have a click event. Where is the mouse at? That's what it says. I received a click event. Okay, sure. Where's my mouse? So that's why this isn't working. I need to grab this. So we're moving here. Moving to 79, 34, 13, 64. Mouse input. So this thing only uses 8,000. It doesn't use 4,000. 4,000 is virtual desk. So that ended up clicking up there. So we do want virtual desk. What? Oh no. I need to redock. Okay. So it should be clicking at 7934, 1364. Let's open this up and see. Right here. And 7934 should be to my right. Window, screen. $13.64. 0. This is essentially clicking at 0. Set mouse position. Mouse position. Bag location scaled. And rect. What? These coordinates are not lining up. Oh, this is not going well. So, send input. Can't I post a message? Post mouse click message. See for double click event or not a combination. Using post messages. Post mouse move message. Are not made to act, but only to record at which the mouse has been moved after it is stopped for an amount of time or after a mouse button has been pressed. If you're using, I believe they should prevent mouse from being generated since their action does not physically move the mouse, as it were. To get the actual either you post message, post click. If said had it clicks where the mouse is present at that moment. When I use, so I thought I may be able to, and then send. is posted to a window when the mouse cursor moves. If the mouse cursor is still moving with the new coordinates when the mouse button is pressed is irrelevant. Is only interest of the mouse when you press it. It can inspect the parameters of the WM X button down message. Would not actually, but to make the window think that the mouse is moved. Some applications drawing a line, sending those. That is essentially try X button down. Whether that actually, when it is entirely up to the. It posts X button according to the parameters you specify, whether that actually reads those messages or specify positions that, so X button down. According to the, whether the, control click will not click at the coordinates specified. To send clicks, it could to halt. The window either at work, clicking have line of sight, so to speak, of the window. Find a way or to send input directly bypassing the need for focus. Normally when the window is, but not sure why this is being blocked. Moments ago, only if my mouse was on my game window did not need focus, and on this it would not function. It appears to work regardless of where the mouse is. Because as I said, when the mouse was off screen it wasn't working, but now it appears posting the click with the coordinates in the L param did not seem to matter to the window. If I sent a mouse, it now believed the mouse was at those messages, at those coordinates. Intriguing. So post message, mouse move. I see. When Python Win32 API post message mouse move. So post message, that's the click. Activate, mouse move. This is what I'm looking for, I think. Trying to draw it in the back so I can do it for that. Is that when I do it, the mouse click is done where my mouse is currently pointing and not on the indicated. Does anyone have an idea of how to fix this? Send message. Activate. Mouse move. L button down, L button up. So this was kind of the idea here. Chords. So if I go back to click, should be post message, right? Post message versus send message. Associated does not wait, or by send message Up until, okay, so that's where we want post message. This should be window. Win32 con. What does WM activate? Chords location. Create a class. Okay. Sleep. I think this should be fine. Let's do a half a second sleep. Just to be certain. And then we're going to try this out. Dang it. So, window, bag location scaled. Bag location long. Location to windows long. There we go. Nothing happened. Clicking at window. Location to windows long. Right. Screen client, click left. Handle chords. Click left, location to windows long, bag location scaled. Right, so this should say, hey, I'm here. And these are the it wants the window location from the screen location. I have the window location. Left click. Screen client. Handle position. Make long. WA active. WML button up. Mark button. Location. Don't really need that. Right click, mouse move. Get current position. Sleep for 10 seconds, position 1, position 2, handle, get win handle. Yeah, so those are the absolute, and then you're converting them into client coordinates, and then you're sending messages. What is this mouse click business? Position list. Okay. This is kind of what I'm doing right now, though. 132 GUI screen client. Windows Spy. So according to this, the client is fucked up. Client 0. I see. Active window position is at 15,360. Here we go, 470. 508 2732. 508 2732. So if we go to terminal, wrong one. Clicking at zero 7678. What the fuck? 4318. Zero 42 3840 by 2160 or something, right? 4320. So it's doubling everything. So if we divide that by 2, then that's right. That is the position we care about. Then the screen position is also incredibly fucked up. So this is also doubling by 2. So the screen position would be like 7,000-ish or whatever. That's which is what we were getting. And this is all fucked up because of the scaling on the primary monitor. That's why it's fucked up. So if I wanted to move, well, let's go back to the Windows Spy. We'll say set mouse position to 158662730, 158662730, 158662730, 158662730. So if I just do a mouse position, absolute location, no rect. And then we set mouse position absolute. I ended up in a weird fucking place. That's not right. Oh. What the fuck? Virtual desktop. What if I just did, I see. So we need only 8,000. What? We need both 8,000 and 4,000. No. Just 4,000. That just sets me off to the far right. So, virtual desktop. To the entire desktop. Must be used with mouse event TF absolute. Contain normalized absolute coordinates. Contain relative data. About relatives, see the following remarks. So we have 4,000 and 8,000 with 1. Movement occurred. Input. But it's not making sense. Like when I set the absolute position, it goes here. Windows Spy. So if I click that, my absolute screen position is 2668.179. What? I think I get what's going on here. So 0 display properties. 1920 by 1080. 7680 by 41. So 7680 plus 1920, 8695. Okay, what if I just did like 4,000? If I did 1920 or 1500. Can't seem to go off the screen. 0. So it can't seem to set it to an arbitrary position here. If I get rid of that doesn't make a difference. So this isn't doing what I expect it to do. Where's 0, 0 at? Just goes right there. It's not going to the left screen. Between screens. How to arrange. This is not what I'm looking for. Doesn't move to correct coordinates. Get function is not. You appear to be passing into the function mouse event, but the function is interpreting them as relative. So you're not passing in. You should also pass the flag. Get system metrics. That's a DPI. Must move API problem. Or wrong order. Must move. However, it doesn't move using I get no error message. Cursor position. Contain normalize between 0 and 65 the event onto the display surface. Floor. Oh, so if I... Oh, this makes sense. So if I were to pass in like 32,000, if I understood this correctly, that should be like right in the middle, right? That went far to the right. If I get rid of this, then that goes right in the middle. But when I add the entire virtual desktop surface, I see, I get it now. I get it. Holy shit, I fucking get it. Negative 65,000. It can't go left of this though. That's a problem. It can't. Why can't it go left? 0. 0's right here, and they go from... Okay. But the upper left corner of the display surface... What if I did 65536 and 0? It's right there. What if I do 32,000? Okay. Bro, this makes so much sense now. Got it. So, it specified dx and d normalized absolute coordinates between 0 and 65,535 onto the display surface. In fact, send input just calls since the events. I tried your suggestion of that. So if the position of... So I need to normalize it between 0 and 65,535. God. Problem is, how? I don't know the maximum. It's like... How do I normalize this? Okay. Windows get position of window normalize to screen height, screen width. Expect on Linux in a multi-monitor environment. Get cursor position. Get absolute coordinate. Send mouse input. Monitoring info. Get multi-screen coordinates. C. Get cursor position. Get mouse window location. So, while true, print so that goes to 2159 on the bottom. Huh? So there's 0. This goes to 1073, 1422. Has to do with the scaling, right? 2141. This is scaled. 2159, 2141. Negative 1920 to 19, so this will go to 0, 1901, 1980 or so because it's scaled, 1901. Then this goes from 1900. Then this jumps up to 3840, that's where it starts. Goes to, that's scaled. And that jumps from 7760, right? Or something like that. Over to, this is not scaled, so over to the full 4K. I get it. This is fucked. How do I get the normalized coordinates? Because this does not fucking help me whatsoever. I need the normalized coordinates. Get absolute coordinate. Screen resolution. The virtual screen. Oh my fucking gosh. Expect a monitor with an origin. So I have the absolute coordinates. I need the screen resolution. Fuck. Create full screen. This is getting very complicated. Store the position. So let's test this location. I'm going to try set mouse position, right? I'm going to try to get to where we need to go. So if I play, it's going to be like 60,000-ish. Too far. I'm guessing here 50,000-ish. So I just want to see if it'll click. Okay, we're getting close. 47,000. A little too far to the left. 48,000. Okay, very close. We need to go a bit further down. 34,000. Okay, quite a bit further down. 38,000. Bit more. 42,000, I'm thinking. 43,000. No, it was like 42,000. Okay, so this is where the click event will happen. Perfect. So if I want to click left, click left down at location. So we're going to say click absolute. Location 0 and location 1. So if I don't move it and I say instead click absolute, type of click. Click left down 0x. To 0. 0x24. That's just clicking like here. It's not doing what I need it to do. It's ignoring the dx dy completely. So we can set mouse position. But the clicking doesn't do what I need it to do. Post message. Window, activate, location. So this should be in screen coordinates. Right? When absolute normalized chord to screen chord. So like if I wanted to click left, so this just the dx dy get ignored entirely. Instead we got to do click left. WM mouse move location. So if I did curious, nothing. 0, 0. 0, 1000. Just bro. Five. I don't know. Three. Okay, I verified. The post messages are being set correctly, but it's based on the current mouse position. Doesn't care about like, oh, if the mouse moved or what. Doesn't care. Gets the current mouse position, and that is how it does the UI. So Windows spoof current mouse location to application. Oh gosh. Yeah, dude. So it's not possible. You have to move the mouse over there. It's not possible to do it any other way. Just isn't. And then all these absolute coordinates that you got to do. Fuck me. So you have to figure out how to bro. What I'm wondering, you could run it in a VM, right? You could run it in a VM. Not really. Fuck. I'm gonna go offline now. I'll think about this some more. Goodbye, everybody.